sa mata ng pandaigdigang pamayanan, nagbabanta sa kapayapaan at kaayusan ng ating lipunan. Nalalagay po sa panganib ang kaligtasan ng mga Pilipino at mga dayuhang lehitimong namumuhay at naghahanap buhay sa ating bansa. Ayon po sa Philippine Gaming Corporation or PAGCOR noong 2022, nagpasok ng 11 bilyon na gaming revenues ang mga pogo sa ating bansa at mahigit na 4.4 billion pesos na buwis mula Enero hanggang Agosto sa kasalukuyang taon. Ayon naman po sa Bureau of Internal Revenue, ganoon pa man, ano po ang kabuluhan ng karagdagang pananalaping ito sa kapan ng bayan kung ang kapalit naman ay di makatwirang social cost na dulot ng mga krimen na bunsod ng pogo. Para sa kinatawang ito ng OFW Party List, walang katapat na halaga sa salapi ang kapakanan at kaligtasan ng ating mga mamamayan at dignidad ng ating bansa. Mr. Speaker, mga kapwa ko mambabatas, marami at malawak na po ang galamay ng sindikato na sangkot sa human trafficking. Karamihan sa kanila ay nagpapanggap na offshore gaming operators at may operasyon hanggang sa ating mga karatig at ibang bansa. Kasabwat ang mga tiwaling recruitment agencies sa ating bansa at ilang kawani ng ating pamahalaan. Sa kanilang mga lambat at kamandag, nalalaglag at nagiging biktima ang ating mga walang kalabang-labang kababayan, lalo na ang ating mga overseas Filipino workers. Ang pagbibiktima po ng human traffickers sa mga OFWs sa labas ng ating bansa, tingnan po natin. Sa labas ng bansa, lumaganap na rin po ang pambibiktima ng mga Pilipino sa illegal recruitment at human trafficking, mga magkaduktong na krimen. Sa pamamagitan po ng social media platforms, kung saan iniengganyo silang magtrabaho bilang mga call center agents sa Thailand. Subalit sa katotohanan ay itinatakas po patungong Myanmar, Laos at Cambodia at doon sa pilitang pinagtatrabaho bilang mga crypto scammers at dumanas ng pagmamalupit sa kamay ng dayuhang mafia at hindi makataong kalagayan ng pamumuhay at pagtatrabaho. Ayon po sa Department of Foreign Affairs, 196 na mga OFWs ang naging biktima ng human trafficking noong 2022 sa mga bansang Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos at Thailand. Kasama na dito ang mga nasagip at napauwing OFW mula po sa Golden Triangle sa koordinasyon ng OFW Party List at ng OWA under Department of Migrant Workers. Kasama na po ang Department of Foreign Affairs. Napag-alaman din natin mula sa DMW na mula Enero ng taong 2022 hanggang October 2023, mayroon pong 335 na kaso ng illegal recruitment at 34 trafficking cases na hinawakan ang ahensya. 11 kaso ng illegal recruitment po ang na-resolve, subalit niwala sa isa na kaso po ng human trafficking. Gayunpaman, batid naman natin na ang mga hakbangin ng mga pamahalaan sa pagsupil ng human trafficking. Ano po ang mga hakbang ng ating gobyerno laban sa human trafficking? Noong pong 2015, inilabas na po at pinatupad ng ating pamahalaan sa pangunguna po ng Department of Justice ang Memorandum Circular Number 036 or Interagency Council Against Trafficking, IACAT, Revised Guidelines on Departure Formalities for International Bound Passengers. Nakalatag dito ang mga tuntunin sa proseso ng pag-iinspeksyon ng mga pasaherong nagbabiyahe sa labas ng bansa bilang bahagi ng kampanya ng pamahalaan laban sa human trafficking at illegal recruitment. Ngayong 2023, nirevise po ang provision na ito upang tugunan ang mga nagsusulputang mga bagong hamon at pamamaraan ng human trafficking. Sa kasamaang palad, maraming mga Pilipinong biyahero lalo na po ang mga OFWs, ang tinatamaan ng labis na mahigpit na pagpapatupad ng mga patakarang ito na nagreresulta sa hindi makatwirang offloading, delayed flights, abala at danyos. Dahil dito, pansamantalang sinuspinde po ang pagpapatupad ng patakarang ito habang umuusad ang masusing pagtatasa sa mga ito. Kinikilala po natin ng OFW Party List ang magandang intensyon ng mga patakarang ito laban sa human trafficking at illegal recruitment. Subalit kailangan din nating itaguyod at protektahan ang karapatan ng ating mga kababayan na maglakbay at ibalanse ang ating mga patakaran sa karapatang pantao. Ginoong Speaker, kasalukuyan ding sumailalim sa pagsusuri at rebisyon ang IACAT, ang 2017 Guidelines on the Referral System involving monitoring system. Ang system po ito ay para sa ating trafficking in persons. Nilalaman nito ang isang integrated case monitoring system na ginagamit po sa pagtugon at pagsubaybay sa mga naiuulat at binabantayang kaso o posibleng kaso ng human trafficking at sa pagbibigay ng mga tulong at ayuda na kailangan ng mga biktima mula sa pamahalaan at higit sa lahat sa protekta sa kanilang karapatang pantao. Ang OFW Party List po, ang inyong kinatawan, ang inyong pong abang lingkod ay aktibong nakikilahok sa proseso ng pag-revise ng mga panuntunang ito bilang observer sa loob ng OFW Task Force ng IACAT. Mayroon ding sumilay na pusikat na liwanag sa kaso ng human trafficking ng mga Pilipino po sa ibang bansa. Sa gitna ng kaguluhan sa Syria noong 2011, Mr. Speaker, maraming OFWs po ang narepatriate at natuklasang mga undocumented na biktima ng human trafficking. Taong 2017, nagsampa po ang mga biktima ng OFW ng kaso sa Damascus Court laban sa kanilang recruiters sa Syria. At noong Enero 2022, bumaba po ang desisyon ng Damascus Court at inutusang magbayad ng danyos ang recruiter sa halagang 500,000 Syrian pounds. Maliit itong halaga kumpara sa kahalagahan ng desisyon na kauna-unahan sa kasaysayan ng ating pagtatanggol sa mga karapatan ng ating OFWs laban po sa human trafficking. Kamakailan ang DMW ay nagkaroon na rin ng Memorandum of Agreement sa ilang local government units para paigtingin ang pre-employment orientation seminars sa mga nagbabalak maging OFW upang maibahagi ang tamang kaalaman kontra sa illegal recruitment at human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, mga kapwa ko mambabatas, ang paglagana po ng human trafficking sa ating bansa at sa maraming panig ng daigdig ay sintomas ng lumalalang kawalan ng respeto sa halaga ng buhay at mga karapatang pantao at pang-aabuso sa mga vulnerable na sektor na pangunahin na ang ating mga OFWs, mga kababaihan, mga kabataan, pati na po ang mga nasa laylayan ng ating lipunan. Pati po child sexploitation ay nandirito na rin po, organ trafficking, death slavery, prostitution, lahat po ay kasama po yan sa human trafficking. Naalala ko po kami po ni Chairwoman AWLFI Kong Yeda at ang ating Children and Welfare Committee, kasama po si Speaker Martin Romualdez, ay pinanood po namin ng sama-sama ang movie na Sound of Freedom, kung saan ang child sexploitation ay tunay na laganap sa maging sa ibang bansa. Higit sa lahat, ang hagupit ng human trafficking ay isang matinding hamon sa kakayahan at sinseridad ng ating pamahalaan upang ito ay labanan at sugpuin. Dahil dito, nananawagan tayo sa ating ahensya ng pamahalaan, partikular na po ang IACAT at Bureau of Immigration, na patuloy na pag-ibayuhin ang kampanya laban sa human trafficking at illegal recruitment. na may sapat ding paggalang at pagtangi sa mga karapatang pantao ng mga OFWs at mga Pilipinong nangingibang bansa. Hinihimok din natin ang Department of Information and Communications Technology or DICT na palakasin ang teknikal na kakayahan ng ating mga law enforcement agencies laban sa cybercrimes. Tinatawagan din po natin sa OFW Party List ang pansin ng DFA at DMW na maging mas agresibo sa pagkakaroon ng mga bilateral labor agreements sa pagitan po ng Pilipinas at mga bansang kinaroroonan ng ating mga OFWs para sa nagkakaisang hanay at koordinasyon sa paglaban sa human trafficking. Sa pangkalahatan, naway paigtingin po ang kampanya sa paglilinis ng hanay ng mga kawani ng ating ahensya ng pamahalaan laban sa katiwalian at tuluyang panagutin ang mga may sala. Sa hanay nating mga mambabatas ay aking paghimok na suportahan po ang mga pangangailangan sa pondo ng ating mga frontliner na ahensya sa ating mga deliberasyon sa pambansang budget sa ilalim ng konseptong One Country Team Approach. Ginoong Speaker, mga kapwa ko mambabatas, ang inyong lingkod po at OFW Party List ay hindi lamang nagmamatsyag sa mga hakbang ng ating ahensya laban sa human trafficking sa ating mga OFWs, kundi tayo mismo ay dumarayo, pumupunta sa mga komunidad ng ating OFW sa kanilang host countries upang makita ang kanilang sitwasyon, magdaos po ng welfare check at tumulong sa resolusyon ng kanilang suliranin, partikular sa illegal recruitment na kadalasang konektado sa krimen ng human trafficking. Kamakailan nagtungo tayo sa South Korea, nakapulong natin ang ating mga OFWs. Sa dialogue ng ating mga OFWs, nalaman natin ang problema ng mga Filipino seasonal workers sa ilalim ng LGU to LGU agreements na dumaranas ng mga labor violations na katumbas ng illegal recruitment. Sa ating pakikipag-ugnayan sa Department of Interior and Local Government, sa pangunguna ni Secretary Abalos at DMW, ito'y malapit na pong mabigyan ng solusyon. Sa ating pagbisita naman po sa United Arab Emirates, sa mga problemang napag-usapan kasamang ating konsulado at mga OFWs mula Abu Dhabi at Dubai, ay ang human trafficking sa karamihang household service workers ang nagiging problema. Sa Dubai, nakausap natin mismo si Consul General Renato Dueñas Jr., Labor Attaché John Rio Bautista, Vice Consul Alia Marie Gica, kasama natin ang ating napakasipag na Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan at mga kasamahan natin sa Minority Bloc, sa dialogo, sa konsulado at kasama ang ating mga OFW leaders. Sa ating pagbisita sa Hawaii, nabatid natin ang kalagayan ng mga fisher folks na nagtatrabaho sa Hawaii-based fishing vessels. Sila'y walang hawak na US employment visas kung hindi nakapaloob sa isang special arrangement lamang. Bagamat regular ang welfare check ng konsulado at MWO sa kanila, may nagpabatid sa atin na sila'y restricted sa port at pinapayagan lamang makalabas sa panahon na kailangan pumunta sa kanilang medical o consular services escorted at babalik agad sa port. Ni hindi po nila nakikita ang mall sa Hawaii, USA. Ni hindi po nila nadarama at naaamoy ang tunay na hangin sa Hawaii, USA. Ang ating pong pangungumusta sa kalagayan ng mga OFW sa UAE at ibang bansa ay alinsunod po sa iniata sa atin ng ating Speaker Martin Romualdez na patuloy na tutukan ang kapakanan ng ating mga OFWs at ipaalam sa liderato ng Kamara ang mga pulisiyang kanilang kinakailangan. Ang mga suliraning ito na konektado sa illegal recruitment at human trafficking ay naging paksa ng ating meeting kay OIC Hans Kakdak nitong Nobyembre upang mabigyan ng agarang solusyon. Ginoong Speaker, mga kapwa ko mambabatas, ang aking paninindigan laban sa human trafficking ay isang kritikal na aspeto ng ating advokasya na itaguyod ang kapakanan at ipaglaban ang karapatan ng ating mga OFWs at lumalawak na bitag nito lalo na sa loob mismo ng ating bansa sa frente ng mga pogo. Mas kailangan natin magtulungan upang tuluyang masupil ang krimen na bumibiktima sa ating mga kababayan at ngayon namumugad pa at nagbabanta sa kaligtasan ng ating komunidad. Hindi po tayo titigil sa OFW party list at halip ay lalo pang magsisumigasig sa advokasiyang ito. Samahan niyo po ako sa tuloy-tuloy nating laban kontra sa human trafficking. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Speaker, mga mahal kong mambabatas, ang inyo pong OFW party list na nagsasabing maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat. Thank you, Congressperson Magsino, champion of the OFW. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Congressman Ron Salo from Kabayan Party List for his manifestation.
Congressman Ron Salo, you have the floor. Congressman Ron Salo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed.
it is my honor to wholeheartedly manifest my support for the privileged speech delivered by Representative Marisa Del Mar Magsino, shedding light on the critical issues of human trafficking that has been victimizing our people, particularly the vulnerable. As the chairman of the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs and a representative of the Kabayan Party List, I emphasize our dedication to the welfare of our Filipinos working both here and abroad. Kabayan stands firm in its advocacy for the protection and well-being of our people, including our OFWs, recognizing them as modern-day heroes contributing significantly to our nation's progress. I commend Representative Magsino for bringing attention to the urgent matter of human trafficking, a menace that poses a grave threat to the lives, safety, and dignity of our fellow Filipinos here and abroad. Maraming salamat po, Representative Magsino. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po. Chair Kong Ron Salo ng aming COA Committee. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, for another manifestation, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arnie Roque from the 4th District of Bukidnon.
The Honorable Larnie Roque is recognized for manifestation.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I would like to congratulate our dear friend and colleague, Representative Marisa Del Mar Magsino of the OFW Party List for her passion and hard work to be the voice and representative of the sector of the overseas Filipino workers. I would also like to commend our distinguished colleague for standing here today to deliver a privileged speech to defend our OFWs, as well as those victims of human trafficking, especially those using the Philippine offshore gaming operators as fronts to these human trafficking activities. I stand here, Madam Speaker, to manifest my unequivocal support to the privileged speech of our distinguished representative from the OFW Party List. This representation condemns all forms of human trafficking. The United Nations defines human trafficking as a recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of people through force, fraud, or deception with the aim of exploiting them for profit. Men, women, and children of all ages and from all backgrounds can become victims of this crime. Madam Speaker, a number of operators increasingly and fearlessly give the Philippines a bad name as the capital of human trafficking in Asia. And this I consider as a modern brand of slavery, and if being scrutinized seriously, will fall in what we consider as crime against humanity. The numbers won't lie and are very alarming, and the operator schemes are becoming bolder every day. This crime, crisscrossing in Asia and making our dear Philippines as their hub, must be stopped. Strengthening our interagency and law enforcement agencies to curb this kind of activity must be in the top of the list. We must remember that victims can come from all walks of life, because this is not only due to poverty alone. By taking action, we are not only saving the few, but saving humanity from falling into the trap prepared by these organized crime groups. I am one with this distinguished lady from the OFW party list, Congresswoman Marisa Del Mar Magsino, to urge the concerned government offices to enforce policies that help eliminate human trafficking of Filipinos here and abroad. Thank you very much, Representative Magsino. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Congresswoman Laarne Roque. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Salvador A. Plato from the 4th District of Bulacan.
The Honorable Salvador Plato is recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Sa lahat po ng mga colleagues present here today, and of course, Representative Marisa Del Mar Magsino from OFW Party List, whom I would like to commend for her very strong stand against human trafficking in the country. Ang problemang ito ay tila hindi na natin nababantayan o nasusolusyonan sa mahabang panahon. Isa itong problema na nag-iiba lamang ng mukha, kasabay ng pagbabago ng panahon, ngunit iisa pa rin ang epekto sa ating mga kababayan, ang pang-aabuso sa mga Pilipino. Nung unang ipinakilala ang konsepto ng Philippine Offshore Gaming Operations or POGOS sa bansa, madami ang nagabang dahil sa pera at lehitimong trabaho na inaasahang ipapasok dito sa Pilipinas. Bagamat may mga pagtutol, marami ang nag-iisip na mayroon pa ring magandang kapalit ang transaksyon na ito. Ngunit ako ay sumasang-ayon sa binitawang pananaw ng ating kasamahan kinatawan na walang katapat na halaga ng salapi ang kapakanan at kaligtasan ng ating mamamayan, pati na rin ang dignidad ng ating bansa. Kung mamarapatin ng mabuting kongresista, may isa lamang akong katanungan. Sa iyo bang mga nakalap na impormasyon, anong klaseng mga online scams o cybercrimes ang pinagagawa sa mga biktima ng human trafficking? Madam Speaker, naitanong ko po ito dahil sa laganap ngayon ang mga panluloko o pagnanakaw gamit ang online scamming. Tulad dito, ang pagnanakaw sa mga savings account sa bangko o GCash ng pangkaraniwang mamamayan. Ang pagresolba sa problema ng human trafficking ay maaaring maging konektado ba sa pagresolba ng online scams at cybercrimes? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Para po sa kasagutan, unang-una po nagpapasalamat ako sa ating Congressman Salvador Plato sa inyo pong manifestation of support at sa inyo pong katanungan, ano pong klaseng mga cyber scam ang nangyayari. Unang-una po, Madam Speaker, ang ating pong mga Pilipino na pinangakuan po na pupunta sa Thailand at yung pala ay mapupunta po sila sa Myanmar, ang trabaho pong pinasukan nila ay mga call center. Pero pagdating po nila doon sa Myanmar na nakapiring po ng maraming oras o ilang araw, hindi na po nila matandaan, ang pinanggagawa po sa kanila ay sila ay pinagpo-post ng mga mayayaman, binibigyan sila ng mga cellphone na may mga code, sila po ay nambibiktima ng mga prospect nila at kinakailangan pong paibigin nila ito, parang umpisahan po sa pagpapaibig, love scam. Pagkatapos po nila mapaibig at nakuha na po ang loob, ay kailangan na po nila ngayong bolahin para makapag-invest sa kanila pong investment scam na kalimitan po ay ito po ay cryptocurrency at mga Bitcoin. Ngayon po, kompleto, dahil sa nagtiwala sila, nakapagdala na po sila o nakapagbigay na po sila ng pera na hard-earned money nila, pag sila na po ang tinatawagan, nawawala na po itong mga prospect, ito pong ating mga Pilipino na nagpo-post na mga lover at mga wealthy na mga businessmen. So ito lamang po ay isa. Ang pangalawa po na isang example ng cybercrime ay meron pong malaking interest. Mag-invest po kayo dito. Nangyari po ito sa Hong Kong, sa Malaysia. At ang mga taga-Malaysia po ay nabiktima po ng worth 150 million pesos sa ating mga OFWs. Mag-be-invest ka at kayo po ay earn ng 5 to 10% a month. Sino naman po ang hindi po basta kakapit sa patalim lalo't kailangan. Pero yan po ay nangyari at hanggang ngayon ang kinausap po natin ng NBI at sinabi po na habang nasa abroad, hindi po nila pwedeng galawin itong mga taong ito dahil tsak na hindi tama ang mga pangalan, hindi tama ang mga detalye at information na binibigay. Pero kung makakakuha ko yun ng tamang informasyon, umuwi ng Pilipinas, kaya pong hulihin ng ating NBI. Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Congresswoman Marisa Delmar Magsino. Thank you, Speaker. Muli, ako ay nakikiisa sa adhikain upang masugbo at sana ay tuluyan ng masolusyonan ang problema sa human trafficking sa ating bansa. Any action deemed fit by our executive branch and of course by our very proactive OFW party list representative will be fully supported by yours truly through a worthy legislation. Thank you, Mr.
Maraming salamat po, Kong Salvador Plato. Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker. God bless us all.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Marisa Magsino to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action,
There's a
including
motion.
all its interpellations and manifestations.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Maria Victoria Copilar of the 6th District of Quezon City.
The Honorable Maria Victoria Copilar is recognized for her speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mga kagalang-galang kong kasama, I rise in a matter of personal and collective privilege. They say that the pen is mightier than the sword. We here use the power of the pen to change the lives of our countrymen. But the pen to be a weapon against poverty, injustice, and all the issues that grieve our society has to be wielded with meaning and passion. Nakatayo ako sa inyong mga harapan ngayon, nagsasalita, dahil sa madalas at maraming nagtatanong sa aking kadistrito, Kong, kailan po mabibigyan o maaprubahan ng scholarship ang anak ko? Malapit na po ang exam at midterms. This question lit a fuse inside me for days. I have been haunted by these questions, creating scenarios in my head to resolve this question from fellow parents in the district for their children to have that piece of paper we hang on our walls, that longing for that proud moment that her child with that piece of paper will have a brighter future than what she was given. Education is a celebrated universal right. It is a means to empower individuals and drive the machine of industry. Tayo ay umaasa ng edukasyon ang sagot sa kahirapan, na sa pag-abot ng diploma, magkakaroon ng masaganang bukas ang bawat pamilya. Ngunit paano makakakuha ng diploma ang simpleng nangangarap kung sa pang-araw-araw niyang kailangan ay salat at ang pagmatrikula ay hindi sapat? Kahit marami sa atin ang naniniwala ng edukasyon ay karapatan, education persists to be more of a privilege. Mapait na katotohanan, mga kagalang-galang na kasama, na kahit isinulong ng Kongreso at pamahalaan ang UNIFAS bilang attached agency ng Commission on Higher Education at pangunahing tagapangasiwa ng free higher education at tertiary education subsidy, nananatiling mabagal pa rin ang pamamahagi natin ng mga subsidiya. My fellow legislators, than unequal access to scholarship opportunities plague our education system. Insurmountable barriers are present and are blocking the path of our aspiring and deserving Filipino youth. Sila ay lumalapit sa ating mga tanggapan. May mga magulang na nakikiusap, mga magulang na nagsasakripisyong maglakad sa initan upang makipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan at pribadong sektor. Sila ay gumagastos ng pamasahe, gumastos para sa photocopy at sumulat sa mga naturang individual sa pag-asang mga anak nila ay mapili at maipagpatuloy ang pag-aaral hanggang makapagtapos. The right to education is enshrined in our Constitution. We have made significant stride in expanding opportunities in the primary and secondary levels. Despite the government's effort, scholarship and financial assistance programs are still out of reach for most. Scholarship provides a means for students from underprivileged background to access quality education to eventually break the cycle of poverty. By offering opportunities to all, we invest in the development of human capital. Magaling ang mga manggagawang Pilipino. Ang mga inhinyero, doktor, nurse, at marami pang ibang propesyon ay pinag-aagawan ng maraming bansa dahil sa talas at gilas ng mga isipan. A competent and skilled citizenry will contribute not only to their socio-economic woes, but to the nation's economic and technological growth. Financial support play a pivotal role in families' capacity to gain a step in the ladder of socio-economic strata. Time and time again, we see success stories. Sa aking distrito na lamang, makailang buwan lamang, may dumating na bisita, nagdala ng tsokolate at tinapay, nagpakilala at nagpapasalamat, tumutulo ang luha. Sinabing, Kong MCP, dahil sa scholarship, nakapagtapos po ako. Nabilhan ko po ng bahay ang nanay ko. Di na kami informal settlers. Napag-aral ko na rin po ang kapatid ko. Sayang lang po, di naabutan ni tatay. Wala na akong nasabi kung di, iho, nakangiti ang tatay mo ngayon. Alam kong tuwang-tuwa siya dahil nakapagtapos ka. Ang pagtatapos mo ay di lamang achievements mo. Achievement yan ng buong pamilya mo. They effectively alleviate the financial burden, allowing students to channel their focus and energy into their academic pursuits and personal growth. Success story ko si Jomar na ngayon ay nasa Dubai na. Obstacle persists in their struggle to have opportunities. According to COA, a total of 3,428,537,700 pesos tertiary education subsidy fund was not timely released by CHED, Region Office 12. They also found the double awarding of scholarship grant to 51 TES grantees amounting to 546,000. An overpayment of 8,090,100 to private higher educational institution. Unliquidated TES grants aggregating to 16,869,314,000. And incomplete and insufficient supporting documents on disbursement totaling of 116,207,311. CHED has also shown a steep decline in the granting of scholarship to 4 peace beneficiaries from 1,441 recipients in 2020. It has gone down to 741 in 2021 and drastically to 187 in the year 2020. In the same year, several scholarship programs also recorded low utilization rate. Among them are the Medical Scholarship and Return Service Program, the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, the Medical Scholarship and Return Service Program has a very low disbursement rate of 18.3%, while the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education, despite its national scope, timely release of funds has recorded low disbursement rate of 47.7%. According to 2022 Summary of Appropriation, Allotment, Obligation, Disbursement, and Balances, and General Appropriation Act. Inaccessibility and lack of information about scholarship remains a pervasive issue, leaving many deserving students unaware of the financial aid opportunities within their reach. The complex application procedure further compounds this problem, as students are often overwhelmed by intricate requirements and documentation needed to secure grants. The centralized distribution of scholarship adds yet another layer of complexity, as many applicants, particularly those from remote regions, face geographical and logistical hurdles in application process, creating disparities in the access to these essential opportunities. Mga kasama, nais ko sana magkaroon tayo sa bawat lungsod, distrito at munisipyo ng maraming jomar na binibigyan natin ng lakas ng pluma upang umahon sa buhay. Inihihain ko sa inyong harapan ang Hope Center o Handog Oportunidad para sa Edukasyon Centers, an act mandating the local government units to establish and maintain and operate handog the oportunidad para sa edukasyon o Hope Center and appropriating funds thereof o Hope Center Act. Through this, we will address the ubiquitous issue that may be answered through comprehensive and user-friendly data of available scholarship so that no eligible students will be unaware of potential opportunity. We must simplify the application process, reducing administrative burdens on students and institutions. Tanggalin natin ang red tape at kagbundok na requirement na kumakain sa oras at pera ng mga pamilya. Let us dismantle the walls that block accessibility. We must also ensure that students in remote areas have an equal chance through leading the aid to where people need them most. Local scholarship caravans in regions, provinces, and districts, a systematic information drive that will leave none behind. Through the Hope Center, we'll bring our grants within arms to reach our people. Hindi na kailangan lumuwas sa sentrong lungsod upang mag-apply at magproseso ng gabundok na papel upang abutin ang mga katagang baka sakali. Bagkus, ilalapit natin sa kanila ang tahanan ng pag-asa. Sa ating mga Hope Centers, hindi lamang scholarship program ng gobyerno ang maaring ma-access ng mga estudyante. Hihikayatin din natin ang private sector na nagkakaloob ng mga scholarship program na maging kabahagi dito. Through this, we can substantially expand the available opportunities and help diversify scholarships option. The private sector can also contribute to broadening information and dissemination, mass promotion, caravan, and many more. Balikan natin ang una kong sinabing mga kasama, the pen is mightier than the sword. Kung ang bahay ay siguraduhang tulugan at natatandayan ng ulo sa himbing ng pamamahinga, ang oportunidad sa edukasyon ay bubuo ng pamilyang masagana. I implore my fellow lawmakers and all stakeholders to throw and reserve support to the bill Handog na Oportunidad para sa Edukasyon o Hope Center Act. With this, we'll make our education institution as inclusive as possible. Investing in accessible education means sharing all opportunities to all stakeholders. Promoting quality education means no one will be left behind. Accessible infrastructure will ensure every student, regardless of their abilities, can thrive. Together, we will build a more inclusive, empowering environment where every child potential can shine. In the crucible of accessible education lies our commitment to a brighter, fairer, and more prosperous Philippines. Let us unite in our endeavor to make scholarship opportunities in the Philippines truly accessible to those in greatest need. Nelson Mandela once said, It is beyond our power to create a world in which all children have access to good education. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her manifestation.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized for her manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker at sa ating Majority Floor Leader. So, una sa lahat, binabati ko po ang ating colleague, si Representative Marivic Copilar ng Quezon City, 5th District ng Quezon City dahil sa kanyang privilege speech. Ako po, Madam Speaker, ay nakaka-relate doon sa minabanggit po ng ating kasamahan na si Kong Marivic. Bilang isang teacher, talagang ramdam ko at nadanas ko po yung kalagayan ng ating mga estudyante. Bagamat sinasabi nating libre ang edukasyon sa public mula kinder hanggang tertiary, pero dama pa rin, Madam Speaker, yung kakulangan at kailangan pa rin ng suporta ng ating pamahalaan at siyempre ng mga private sector, yung pag-educate din dun sa ating mga kabataan. Kahit na nga po libre ang tuition o sinasabi natin libre po yung mga pag-aaral sa public school, pero marami pa rin, nandiyan pa rin po yung yung katotohanan na marami pa rin yung mga nagda-drop out. Marami pa rin talaga yung hindi nakakatapos ng pag-aaral. Dahil hindi lang naman po tuition ang ginagastos. Sa ngayon, Madam Speaker, di ba, malaki na rin po yung gastusin para sa transportation, sa baon. Swerte na lang kung meron talagang mga eskwelahan na merong feeding program, katulad dito sa mga urban areas. Pero kung tutuusin natin sa mga rural areas po ay talagang kapos na kapos yung sinasabi nating libreng edukasyon. Na kung gusto po natin maging accessible at maging kalidad ang edukasyon para sa lahat. So yun po, bilang rights po ng ating mga kabataan, ng ating mga mamayan, may provide po ng ating gobyerno at sa pakikipagtulungan po ng lahat ng ating mga tayo po sa Kongreso, ang mga private sector at sa lahat po ng komunidad. So sabi nga, di ba, it takes a community to educate a child. So tulong-tulong po tayo. Tayo po dito sa Kongreso, ginagawa po natin yung lahat ng pamamaraan. Katulad nga po niyan, mga scholarship. Ako po ay naniniwala sa sinabi ng ating colleague, si Congressman Copilar, na dapat hindi na pahirapan yung ating mga estudyante to avail itong mga scholarship. Alam niyo po, Madam Speaker, ang dami pong mga requirements na kailangan pang isubmit ng isang bata, di ba, para ma-avail itong kakarampot na benepisyong ito ng ating mga mamamayan. Kaya po tulong-tulong po tayo, Madam Speaker, ating pong colleague at mga kasamahan dito na talagang ibigay po natin talaga sa ating mga kabataan yung accessible, quality education para sa lahat. Maraming pong salamat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Maria Victoria Copilar and the manifestation of the Honorable Franz Castro to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagook of APEC Party List to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Madam Speaker, mga kasamahan kong kinatawan sa Kongreso, mga kababayan kong Pilipino, isang mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Today, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Madam Speaker, last Friday, a horrendous crime has been committed against two workers from Tawi-Tawi Electric Cooperative o Tawilco, and I unequivocally condemn this horrific act of violence both as representative of the aggregation of electric cooperative and as a previous line worker myself. On December 1, Madam Speaker, Ali Gustami, a Tawilco lineman, and his colleague, Nasir Ambotong, were ambushed and shot while attempting to disconnect the power supply of a certain residence in Bungaw, Tawi-Tawi, due to non-payment of accumulated electricity bills. This unfortunate incident not only resulted in the loss of valuable member of our Tawilco family, Mr. Gustami, but also left Nasir Ambotong critically injured and in need of urgent medical attention. According to a report from Tawi-Tawi Provincial Police Office, Tawilco employee Ali Gustami sustained multiple bullet wounds and died on the spot, while Mr. Nasir Ambotong was seriously wounded and airlifted to hospital in Zamboanga City. The authorities are currently conducting a thorough investigation to identify and apprehend the perpetrators. This abhorrent act of violence is a stark and deeply concerning reminder of the risk and dangers faced by our line workers, our warriors of light. It paints a picture of how undervalued our line workers are, despite the enormous responsibility they hold day in, day out. Sa kabila po ng ating isinusulong na mga panukala upang pahalagahan ang mga kasapi ng sektor ng pailaw, talamak pa rin po ang mga insidente na nagpapakita ng mababaw na pagpapahalaga sa kontribusyon ng ating manggagawa mula sa ating mga electric cooperatives at sa power sector. Madam Speaker, bago po ako nakarating dito sa Kongreso, ako po ay nagsimula bilang isang lineman ng isang kooperatiba sa Surigao del Norte. Sa loob ng 9 na taon, naging buhay ko po ang pagiging isang lineman at isinasapuso ko ang pagiging isang sundalo ng pailaw. Kung kaya't, mariin ko pong kinukundina ang nagawang walang habas na pagpaslang sa aming kasamahang lineman mula sa Tawi-Tawi Electric Cooperative o Tawilco habang ginagampanan lamang ang kanyang tungkulin at pati na ang malubhang pinsalang natamo ng kanyang kasamahan. Ang krimeng ito ay karumaldumal na pag-atake sa kalayaan ng mga kooperatibang ipatupad ng kanilang mga polisiya alinsunod sa ating mga batas. Walang sino man ang may karapatang bawian ng buhay ang ating mga line workers na sumusunod lamang sa kanilang sinumpaang tungkulin. Madam Speaker, araw-araw maihahantulad ang trabaho ng isang lineman sa uri ng trabaho na mayroon ang isang sundalo na walang kasiguruhan kung saan madestino. Sapagkat kung saan kailangan ang aming serbisyo ay walang pag-alinlangan na amin itong tinutugunan. Ang isang lineman ay sanay sa sakripisyo. Umulan man o umaraw, madaling araw man o sa hating gabi, tuloy ang kanilang trabaho. May mga pagkakataong inabot ng ilang araw, linggo o buwan na mawawalay ang lineman sa pamilya sapagkat naipadala sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mga nasasakupan o sa ibang lugar para tumulong sa pagpapabalik ng mga ilaw doon sa mga binabagyong lugar. Madam Speaker, nagtatrabaho ang mga makabagong bayaning ito ng walang kapaguran upang tiyakin na may serbisyo ng kuryente sa ating mga tahanan at komunidad. Umakyat sila ng mga poste, bumabaybay ng mga mapanganib na teritoryo at humaharap sa masamang panahon upang magdala ng liwanag sa ating pang-araw-araw na buhay. Madam Speaker, I believe it is imperative for the whole society and to this concerned government institution and to the House of Representatives to provide a safe working environment for our energy sector line workers and protect them from harm as they risk their lives in the performance of their duties. While it is important to prioritize their safety and well-being by implementing stringent safety protocols and equipping them with the necessary training and protective gear, it is also equally essential to foster a culture of respect and appreciation for their invaluable contribution to nation building. Madam Speaker, we therefore call upon the authorities to expedite the investigation into this tragic incident and bring the perpetrators to justice. Acts of violence against our line workers or any essential worker in the energy sector are not only despicable but also detrimental to the progress and development of our nation. To my dear colleagues in this honorable chamber, I urge everyone, let us remember and pay tribute to Ali Gustami as a dedicated and selfless individual who lost his life while serving his community. Let us remember his name and his sacrifice along with the rest of our fallen line workers to serve as a rallying cry, compelling us to take action and ensure the safety and well-being of our warriors of light. Violence should have no place in society, and much more to the workers who toil night and day to deliver electricity access across all sectors. Together, let us build a future where our line workers can carry out their duties without fear, knowing that their service is valued and protected. Muli po, taos-puso kaming nakikiramay sa pamilya ni na Lineman Ali Gustami at Nasir Ambutong sa panahong ito ng kanilang pangangailangan. Ang aming mga panalangin ay nasa kanila at umasa kami sa mabilisang paggaling ni Nasir. And to our line workers across the country, may you continue to power on. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Magandang hapon ulit sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Sergio Dagook to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the privilege hour be extended for another 30 minutes.
There is a motion to extend the privilege hour. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Maraming salamat muli, Madam Speaker. Magandang araw, Madam Speaker, sa mga kapwa ko kinatawan at sa ating mga kababayan. Kahapon lamang ay nagimbal tayo sa balita ng pagbobomba sa Mindanao State University sa Marawi City, kung saan maraming estudyante at individual ang nasugatan at namatay. Base sa mga news reports, sa kasalukuyan ay umaabot na sa 11 katao ang namatay at halos 46 naman ang naitakbo sa ospital, kung saan 4 dito ang kritikal ang kalagayan at nangangailangan ng agarang medical surgery procedure. Nangyari ang pambobomba sa Mindanao State University habang nagkakaroon ng Catholic Mass sa gymnasium. Nakikiisa po ang kinatawan na ito sa mga biktima, sa kanilang pamilya at sa buong komunidad ng MSU sa napakahirap na sitwasyon na dinaranas nila sa ngayon. Walang kasiguraduhan sa kaligtasan ng campus at ng mga sibilyan. Nananawagan po ang kinatawang ito na kagyat na imbestigahan at panagutin ang mga salarin para mabigyan natin ng hustisya ang mga biktima. Mahalaga rin na dapat may mahigpit na seguridad at kaligtasan ng ating mga kabataan sa kanilang paaralan bilang ito po ay zone of peace. Walang lugar ang ganitong karahasan sa ating mga paaralan. Nananawagan din kami sa mga otoridad, sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno at local government na tiyakin na maproteksyonan ng ating mga estudyante, guro at kawani upang maiwasan na ang ganitong malagim na insidente ng karahasan. Madalas kasi ay walang nakalaan na security guard sa mga paaralan dahil sa kawalan na rin ng pondo at budget para sa dagdag na education support personnel. Yan po, Madam Speaker, ay majority o marami po niyan sa mga public school. So muli, mariing kinukundina ng kinatawang ito ang pag-atake sa mga sibilyan, kabilang ang mga estudyante, guro at kawani ng MSU. Kailangan na sinisiguro ng ating gobyerno, ng administrasyon ng mga school na magkaroon po ng safe and conducive learning environment para sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral, sa lahat ng antas. Muli, magandang hapon, Madam Speaker, at sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Franz L. Castro to the Committee on Rules.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Ray T. Reyes of Party List Anak Kalusugan for his privileged speech.
The Honorable Ray T. Reyes is recognized to avail of his privilege hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues and our guests, good afternoon. I stand before you today on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, just a few months after our country has lifted its state of public emergency, it seems that we are once again on the precipice of another possible national health concern. Over the past few weeks, the Department of Health has been on high alert due to a rapid case of flu-like symptoms sweeping the country. DOH Undersecretary Eric Tayag has said that they recently logged nearly 200,000 pneumonia cases this year, 45% higher than the cases we had last year around the same time, and that more are expected as we enter the colder months. With the lifting of the state of public emergency, we have done away with our masking mandate, and DOH has advised that masking be voluntary. We cannot fault our countrymen for not wanting to mask up anymore. Nearly 3 years of masking has made us long for a better health response from the government. As members of the House of the People, we are in a position to extend help to our countrymen who have less in life. With the help of other government agencies, we are able to give different kinds of assistance, whether it is medical assistance from the Department of Health or financial assistance from the Department of Social Welfare and Development. As a representative of Anak Kalusugan Party List, we have also spearheaded medical missions during congressional breaks. These include medical consultations and vaccination programs for both young and old. But this is not enough. While this so-called walking pneumonia is still in its early stages of pathogenic life and is in a scale which may not yet warrant the drive towards the search for a viable vaccine, pneumonia and influenza are still preventable diseases. It is frustrating that this emerging health threat could have been avoided with one simple thing, but has been demonized in the media over the past few years. I am talking about vaccination. After the COVID-19 pandemic, our vaccination rates have declined. In 2022, the DOH only achieved 72% of fully vaccinated and immunized children, a full 23% lower than their target of 95%. Just last week, our office was actually invited to a symposium on vaccination and how we can raise these rates again and reverse the continuing upsurge in vaccine hesitancy. There is some anecdotal evidence of rising cases of measles and polio, diseases that have not been recorded in remarkable numbers over the past decade, yet have begun rising again. It can be surmised or assumed that it may be the result of the lower than usual vaccine acceptance due to the fear that was sowed on the unsupported reports of severe side effects of vaccination. Misinformation has been a thorn in our side for years. And this is what we must fight against, not only in the field of vaccination or medical arts and sciences, but even in the general discussions of society. Years of damage must be undone, and we are in a unique position to do it. Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, let us open the thoughtful and respectful discussion once again. Let us invite medical and scientific experts to help steer our policy towards peer-reviewed, evidence-based output. We have medical and scientific champions. We have credible members of society, and we have the media, all of whom are willing to help in creating a healthier nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues and guests, and good afternoon to all.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Ray T. Reyes to the Committee on Rules.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Arlene D. Brosas from Party List Gabriela for her privileged speech.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fellow legislators, good afternoon. The struggle to address the root causes of armed conflict, such as poverty, social backwardness, and lack of social justice, remains a formidable challenge to us Filipinos. The recent developments in the peace talks between the National Democratic Front of the Philippines and the government of the Republic of the Philippines have sparked hope for a just and lasting peace in the country. This is why it is of utmost importance to ensure that programs and policies which seek to divide and pacify those who have been calling for genuine peace and justice should be rejected. These include programs which conflate the armed struggle and the legal democratic movement. It is crucial to emphasize that such a track fails to recognize and address the social, political, and economic roots of the armed conflict in the Philippines. Instead of focusing on mass surrender, the government should prioritize addressing the reasons why individuals have resorted to taking up arms. Mr. Speaker, the roots of armed conflict run deep, entwined with issues of poverty, social injustice, and the deprivation of basic rights. According to a new social weather station survey, SWS survey, nearly half or 48% of Filipino families rated themselves as poor during the third quarter of the year, up by about 3 points from the previous period. At patuloy na lumalala ang krisis sa ating lipunan na pasan-pasan ngayon ng ordinaryong Pilipino. Madam Speaker, it's crucial to understand that genuine peace cannot be achieved through coerced admissions or by criminalizing dissent. The path to just and lasting peace demands the recognition of grievances, the protection of human rights, and a sincere commitment to addressing systemic issues. Resolving these underlying causes demands a sincere and relentless pursuit of tangible solutions that address the needs and aspirations of the Filipino people. In light of these concerns, on the comprehensive agreement on social and economic reforms, it is imperative for the government to uphold the comprehensive agreement on social and economic reforms. CASER, The CASER stands as the foundation for addressing the most pressing issues that have plagued the country for decades. At its core, CASER offers a comprehensive framework that encompasses a wide array of crucial reforms, ranging from land rights and institutionalization to social and economic equity, environmental preservation, and justice. Firstly, the issue of land reform has been a long-standing concern in the Philippines. CASER advocates for genuine land reform, aiming to rectify the historical inequities in land distribution. By ensuring that land is rightfully owned and utilized by those who till it, CASER strives to uplift the lives of millions of marginalized farmers and rural communities, breaking the cycle of poverty and inequality. National industrialization, another pillar of CASER, emphasizes the importance of developing pro-people and pro-workers industries and infrastructure within the country. This approach aims to foster economic growth and reduce dependence on foreign powers, thereby creating job opportunities and boosting the nation's economy from within. Moreover, socio-economic reforms outlined in CASER seek to address the systemic issues that perpetuate poverty and exploitation by advocating for fair wages, social services, and the protection of workers' rights. This agreement aims to create a more equitable society where every Filipino has access to basic necessities and opportunities for advancement. Implementing policies aligned with the principles of CASER is not just a matter of fulfilling agreements. It is an imperative step towards creating a Philippines where the marginalized are empowered, where poverty is alleviated, and where justice prevails. Madam Speaker, I also urge the government to uphold previously signed agreements, especially the Comprehensive Agreement on Respect for Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law, or CARIL, signed in 1998, which recognizes that respect for human rights and international humanitarian law is of crucial importance and urgent necessity in laying the ground for a just and lasting peace. Madam Speaker, the peace negotiations will not prosper if the government continues to see those who are fighting for socio-economic reforms and human rights as terrorists. Hindi terorismo ang pakipaglaban para sa karapatan ng mamamayan. Kaya't sa kabila nito, dapat ibasura ang anti-terrorism law, ibasura ang EO-70, buwagin ang National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, at palayain ang lahat ng bilanggong politikal. With that, Madam Speaker, this representation hopes that the possible resumption of the peace negotiations between NDFP and the GRP will finally put the spotlight on the long-standing grievances and aspirations of the people, especially the marginalized. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Arlene Brosas to the Committee on Rules.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
There is a motion to terminate the privilege hour. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we now proceed with additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
The Secretary is directed to read titles of bills, communications, committee reports. So moved.
Additional reference of business. Message from the Senate. Message dated November 28, 2023, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill 8980 entitled An Act Appropriating Funds for the Operation of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2024. In view of the disagreeing provisions on the said House Bill, the Senate designated Senators Angara, Cayetano Pia, Legarda, Marcos, Villar, Cynthia, De La Rosa, Gatchalian, Go, Ontiveros, Binay, Po, Tolentino, Villar, Mark, Ejercito, and Estrada as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 885, submitted by the Committee on Ways and Means and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 9647, renaming motor vehicle users charge into motor vehicle road users tax and increasing the rates for public utility vehicle modernization and road safety programs. Committee Report 886, submitted by the Committee on Trade and Industry and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 8525, mandating the formulation, financing, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of a comprehensive and multi-year Tatak Pinoy Proudly Filipino strategy, establishing a Tatak Pinoy Council and appropriating funds therefore. Committee Report 887, submitted by the Committee on Revision of Laws and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 9648, providing for cost-effective, transparent, competitive, streamlined, and sustainable, active, and inclusive procurement activities of the government.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for today, I move that we consider House Bill number 9587 as contained in Committee Report number 863, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill 9587, an act requiring parents to plant 2 trees for every child born to them and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Mark Go to begin sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Mark Go is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our dear colleagues, it is my honor to sponsor House Bill 9587, or an act requiring families to plant 2 trees for every child born to them and appropriating funds therefore. Article 2, Section 16 of the 1987 Constitution provides that the state shall protect and advance the right of the Filipino people to a balanced and healthful ecology in accord with the rhythm and harmony of nature. This bill takes this constitutional mandate in mind by proposing to require parents to plant 2 trees for every child born to them. Just in 2020, a total of 1,526,684 live births were registered. This is equivalent to 4,177 babies born daily, translating it to approximately 3 babies per minute. In a world where the global population is steadily increasing, it is imperative that our growth is accompanied by a deliberate effort to give back to the environment that provides us life. The planting of 2 trees per child, a seemingly modest act, becomes a powerful force for positive change when multiplied across communities and the regions. This bill, Madam Speaker, was approved by the House last Congress on 3rd and final reading and has reached the Senate, but due to lack of material time, it was not acted upon. In view of the foregoing, Madam Speaker, approval of this House bill is earnestly sought. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9587.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 9587 on second reading. Those in our favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9587 is approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 9588 as contained in Committee Report number 864 and by a request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill 9588, an act requiring all graduating senior high school and college students to plant 2 trees each as a civic duty for environment protection and preservation and appropriating funds therefor.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Honorable Mark Go of the Lone District of Baguio City be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Mark is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My dear colleagues, it is my honor to sponsor House Bill number 9588, or an act requiring all graduating senior high school and college students to plant 2 trees each as a civic duty for environmental protection and preservation and appropriating funds therefor. Our planet faces unprecedented challenges from climate change to deforestation, and it is our collective duty to address these issues head-on. According to the DNR Forest Management Bureau, the total forest cover in the Philippines amounts to 7.2 million hectares in 2020, accounting for only 24.1% of the total land area remaining forested. This means that the Philippines has lost around 60% of its forest cover in the last 80 years. This legislation seeks to require high school and college graduating students to each plant 2 trees as a symbol of their commitment to environmental protection and preservation. Considering that in academic year 2021 to 2022, there were 601,814 college graduates and 1,613,320 senior high school graduates, this collective effort is projected to add approximately 4.4 million trees annually to our forest stock, leaving a lasting impact on our ecosystem and contributing significantly to reforestation, climate change mitigation, and sustainable development. This will also instill in our graduates a sense of environmental responsibility, nurturing a generation that values and understands the importance of their role in preserving the environment. This bill was approved by the House last Congress on third and final reading and was unfortunately not passed into law due to lack of material time. In view of the foregoing, approval of this House bill is earnestly sought. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendment nor individual amendment, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9588.
There is a motion to approve House Bill 9588 on second reading. Those are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9588 is approved on second reading.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Madam Speaker. Mr.
Yes, Honorable Marco.
Majority Leader. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we please acknowledge the guest of Honorable Dale B. Corvera, representative of the 2nd District of Agusan del Norte. They are officials from the Municipality of Magallanes, Agusan del Norte, and they are the following: Honorable Reynaldo Salon, Sangguniang Bayan Member; Honorable James de la Fuerta, Sangguniang Bayan Member; Honorable Amanodin Mulok, Sangguniang Bayan Member; Honorable Rolando Dapar, Sangguniang Bayan Member; and Honorable James Cuta, Sangguniang Bayan Member.
To the guests of the Honorable Dale Corvera from the Municipality of Magallanes, Agusan del Norte, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider I move for the consideration House Bill number 8525 under Committee Report number 886, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the House measure.
House Bill number 8525, an act mandating the formulation, financing, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of a comprehensive multi-year Tatak Pinoy, proudly Filipino strategy, establishing a Tatak Pinoy Council and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debates.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry, Representative Mario Vittorio Marvi Marino from the 5th District of Batangas to make sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Marvi Marino is recognized for sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As the Chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry, it is my honor to stand here before you to sponsor and request for the immediate approval of House Bill number 8525, entitled An Act Mandating the Formulation, Financing, Implementation, Monitoring, and Evaluation of a Comprehensive Multi-Year Tatak Pinoy Strategy, establishing a Tatak Pinoy Council and appropriating funds therefore. To be known as the Tatak Pinoy Act, House Bill 8525 was approved with amendments in consolidation with House Bills numbered 8601, 8671, 8709, 8807, 8911, 8918, 8949, 9044, and 9441. Co-authored by no less than 103 House members, the Tatak Pinoy Act seeks to institutionalize a multi-sectoral, programmed, and science-based policy framework through which government agencies and private sector can work together towards empowering domestic enterprises, assisting them in producing better and more sophisticated products, goods, and services, and helping them become more globally competitive. To attain this objective, House Bill 8525 aims to develop and implement a multi-year Tatak Pinoy strategy, the primary goal of which is to improve and diversify local enterprises and their linkages with global value chains. The implementation of the Tatak Pinoy strategy shall systematically expand the productive capabilities of local businesses to export, thus helping the country maximize the benefits of global trade agreements such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Likewise, House Bill 8525 aspires to promote the Tatak Pinoy brand as a world-class trademark and elicit pride for the Philippine-made products, goods, and services. The Tatak Pinoy strategy shall be organized according to the following 5 pillars. Number 1, manpower, to be led by the Department of Labor and Employment. Number 2, infrastructure, to be led by the Department of Public Works and Highways. Number 3, technology and innovation, to be led by the Department of Science and Technology. Investment, to be led by the Department of Trade and Industry. And number 5, public fiscal management and government procurement, to be led by the Development Budget Coordination Committee. Furthermore, a Tatak Pinoy Council composed of representatives from the government and private sector shall be created, which shall serve as the policy and advisory body to the President. The Council shall formulate policies and programs that will diversify the productive capabilities of local enterprises and increase the country's economic potentials. It is likewise to monitor the effective implementation of the Tatak Pinoy strategy. Once enacted, the Tatak Pinoy strategy shall substantially contribute to the Philippine Export Development Plan, PEDP, for 2023 to 2028, which was recently approved by the President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. The PEDP seeks to increase Philippine merchandise and services exports from $126.8 billion this year to $240.5 billion in 2028. The Philippines has a huge potential for growth that has to be yet to be untapped. With the Tatak Pinoy Bill, we are confident that it will be able to help our industries in expanding their reach in the world market, provide a significant boost to our economy, and provide our people with greater opportunities to earn more. In view of the foregoing, I humbly seek your support by casting your approval for the Tatak Pinoy Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the sponsorship speech of Honorable Stella Kimbo be inserted into the records of the House.
Marby, of the Honorable Kimbo. There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we adopt the committee amendments under Committee Report number 886.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 8525.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 8525 on second reading. Those are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8525 is approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 9648 under Committee Report number 887.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 9648, an act providing for cost-effective, transparent, competitive, streamlined, sustainable, active, and inclusive procurement activities of the government, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debates.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Representative Edward Vera Perez Maceda from the 4th District of Manila to sponsor the said measure.
The Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise before you to ask for your full support for House Bill number 9648, the bill that will revise our procurement law. This measure was one of the priority bills included in the common legislative agenda of the 19th Congress to further advance the attainment of our social and economic transformation agenda. It was once stated by Victor Manan Nyambala, a humanitarian advocate, that buying a product or a service is not procurement, that is purchasing. Procurement is more multifaceted. It assesses needs, defines requirements, combs the market, and onboards vendors against set criteria. Procurement solicits for proposals in formal fashion and allows for a fair, competitive, ethical environment. To deliver goods and services in the right quality, from the right source, at the right price, to the right destination, at the right time, in the quantity, in the right way, it's not purchasing. All that requires a broad range of strategies, which in one word means procurement. States are the largest consumers in the global marketplace through the acquisition of goods and services, and works to carry out their function and to deliver services to citizens. Public procurement has the potential to be the single most important source of revenue in some sectors, including health and research-related industries, construction, and transportation. And it may influence global supply chains positively or negatively. Accordingly, in recent years, public procurement has increasingly been recognized as a means for states to fulfill their human rights obligations and to realize sustainable development. As public procurement accounts for a substantial portion of the taxpayers' money, the OECD expects governments to carry it out efficiently with high standards of conduct in order to ensure high quality of service delivery and safeguard the public interest. On January 10 of 2003, the government of the Philippines enacted RA 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act. This is more than 20 years ago. Prior to that law, according to the Country Procurement Assessment Report, the public procurement system in the Philippines was dysfunctional, characterized by multiple laws, rules, and regulations, which, while adhering to the principles of competition and transparency, were inefficient, were prone to abuse, and contributed to lowering public funds value for money. The World Bank hailed RA 9184 as a world-class procurement law. It took effect on January 26, 2003. Sa totoo lang po, Madam Speaker, hanggang ngayon, hindi po lahat ng jurisdiksyon sa buong mundo ay may matibay na procurement law. However, while the GPRA or RA 9184 is an exemplary law, there is an imperative need to revisit such to keep it attuned with the changing and challenging times. Our society has changed drastically since its enactment 20 years ago. As such, it is no longer only beneficial, but imperative for us to utilize the latest social, technological, digital developments that we can use to meet the law's noble objectives. We must commit to making the revised Government Procurement Reform Act with its amendments as monumental and as world-class as its predecessor, if not even better. Propelled by the rapid transformation in technology coupled with the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, other acts of God and man-made calamities, our procurement law urgently needs to address the inefficiencies in transparency, lessen delays in the procurement process, and eliminate collusion and political interference. In line with this, the new procurement law has adopted the concept of open contracting standards, which stresses transparency and accountability. These standards have been adopted by most, if not all, of the countries in the world. To support digitalization and innovation, we have given high reliability on emerging technologies and innovative solutions by improving the PhilJEPS feature, mandating the systems integration between and among key government agencies, as well as using platforms in information distribution, accessibility of information, and public awareness. We have adopted an e-procurement system which provides for a single portal through PhilJEPS as a primary source of information by all procuring entities and the public. Surely, public procurement will become more efficient and transparent through the modernized Philippine government electronic procurement system. Kung dati po ay mano-mano ang pagbeberipika ng mga sinasubmit na dokumento, ngayon po kailangan sana sa isang click lang ay makikita na kung tama o updated ba ang mga dokumentong sinubmit ng mga interesado makilahok sa bidding. At ito ay makikita sa pamamagitan ng integrated system. Dahil sa integrated system, makikita mo, unang-una, yung mga datos galing sa DTI, yung mga pick-up license, yung mga contractor performance nila sa public sector, kati yung mga private contract nila. Dahil minsan po, kumukuha po tayo ng mga contractor para sa gobyerno at hindi natin alam na meron na po pala silang mga kontrata sa private na hindi po maganda yung performance nila. Ngayon, dahil dito sa integrated system, makikita natin yan. PICAB, SIAP, BIR para sa tax clearance, SEC at iba pang may kinalaman sa mga requirements na kailangan para ma-verify ang kakayahang legal at technical na mga lalahok sa bidding. Through PhilJEPS, we also included special and unique features that will enhance transparency and streamline processes. In the PhilJEPS, we have institutionalized the e-bulletin board. Meron na po yan ngayon. Registry of Contractors and Suppliers. E-catalog, virtual store, e-marketplace, e-reverse auction, e-small value procurement, electronic or digital payment, e-bidding, and e-procurement process. Yung mga iba po dito ay ginagawa na ngayon, yung iba po ay mga bagong konsepto. Maaari niyo po itanong, paano naman maintindihan ng isang Juan de la Cruz sa mga datos na nakatala sa single portal na to? Inatasan po natin sa panukalang ito ang GPPB, the Government Procurement Policy Board, which was created by 1984 to oversee and as the main policy-making body of our procurement process, na bigyan kahulugan ng mga datos na naitala upang ito ay maintindihan ng mga procuring entities at ng publiko, upang maging aktibo at kasama ang bawat mamamayan na interesado sa paraan ng paggasta ng mga ahensya sa gobyerno. Maliban po dito, atin din pong kinilala ang kahalagahan ng mga observers sa lahat ng conferences ng procurement process. Dati na po itong nasa batas, medyo pinalawig lang po natin ito. Sila ay dapat kabilang sa isang civil service organization o miyembro ng isang rehistradong kooperatiba. Dito, pinagtitibay natin ang non-partisan observer upang mas maging transparent ang ating procurement. Needless to say, ang COA po ay palaging imbitado. They're always invited to observe any and all forms of bidding conducted by the BAC. To further transparency and in accordance with the open contracting standards that we have adopted, we mandated the video recording of all procurement-related conferences, the retention of the copies of such and the storage of such recordings for 12 years. Ibibigay po ito sa GPPB, ang isa po ay ibibigay sa BAC at ang isa po ay ibibigay sa COA. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, Madam Speaker rather, dear colleagues, in this bill, we have strengthened the planning stage. Isa sa pinaka-importante po itong feature nitong batas na to. Planning is one of, if not, the most important stage of procurement. We may have funds and many ways of procurement, but without a strong foundation of planning, everything will be in disarray. According to the World Bank, having strategic planning will provide for 26 to 29% potential savings. Hence, we applied strategies like fit-for-purpose policy, detailed engineering, multi-year contracting, existing na po ito, na kailangan mong kumuha ng MICA at ilagay na to sa annual procurement plan. Early procurement activities, ito po ay importante na ma-institutionalize. Ito po ay ginagawa the year before pag nag-submit na ng indicative APP ang mga ahensya o departamento. Pwede na po nila simulan ang procurement short of award. At i-award na lang po, pag napasa na po ang GAA pagdating sa mga departamento, ang appropriation ordinance pagdating sa mga LGU, at sa corporate, government-owned and controlled corporations, na-aproba na yung kanilang corporate budget. So, we have institutionalized EPA. Framework agreement, ito po ay isang option contract kung saan yung pong mga ahensya na nagpipreposition ng goods, katulad po ng DSWD, na pagpanahon ng sakuna, kailangan kaagad na makapagpadala ng mga pagkain, bigas, delata. Pwede po silang mag-framework agreement kung saan hindi kagad nila babayaran ang pre-procure nila, pero may call-off sila during the year at anytime magkaroon ng emergency, andyan kagad ang mga goods. Engagement of procuring agent para po sa mga ahensya na walang kakayahan ang mga BAC nila. Mandatory market scoping and the use of life cycle assessment and life cycle cost analysis. Sa planning stage pa lang, kailangan masinsin na paghahanda ng mga implementing units or end users at ng procuring entities. Kailangan alam na nila ano ang bibilihin, paano ito bibilihin, saan makakabili at magkano to. Nang sa ganon, hindi sa kalagitnaan ng procurement process palang malalaman na hindi pala feasible ang paggasta ng isang produkto o paggawa ng isang infrastruktura o pagkuha ng isang serbisyo. Annexed to this facet is the professionalization of the Bids and Awards Committee and its support staff. We have put an important provision here to create a cadre of professional practitioners specializing in procurement in the Philippines. Ito po ay isang trabaho na magiging may bibigay natin sa DBM. At gusto po natin magkaroon ng code of ethics para po sa mga procurement practitioners. Gusto natin po magkaroon ng licensing kung sakali, magtayo sila ng gumawa sila ng mga posisyon ng mga eksperto sa procurement. Dahil ang katotohanan, sa dami po na libo-libo po ng ating procuring entities, hindi po lahat ng BAC members, although matataas naman ng kanilang qualifications, ay well-versed sa procurement, lalo na po doon sa mga nangyayari sa ibang bansa. We also increased the honoraria of the BAC and its support staff from 25% to 30% of the basic monthly salary, as well as the institutionalization of their legal and medical assistance with indemnification package. Inibigyan po natin ng indemnification, pambayad ng mga abogado pag may kaso laban sa kanila in their capacity as members of the BAC. Binibigyan po natin medical assistance at iba pa. Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, the heart of this bill, and without this feature, there can be no revision, is the provision giving the BAC or the head of the procuring entity the option to use the most economically advantageous bid in evaluating bids for goods and infrastructure projects. This is also known as best value procurement. It basically sets the criteria of quality-price ratio in using most economically advantageous bid for goods and infrastructure projects. Tatlo po kasi ang pinoprocure natin. Goods, infrastructure, at saka consulting services. Yung consulting services po, matagal na po yung gumagamit ng highest rating. Best value na po yun nung araw pa. Yung goods at infrastructure kasi, ang ginagamit niyan since 9184 ay lowest calculated bid. Hindi po natin tinatanggal yung lowest calculated bid. Idinadagdag lang po natin yung most economically advantageous bid na gagamit ng quality-price ratio na ang GPPB rin ang magdidetalye sa kanilang IRR. Pero itong quality-price ratio na ito, ang ibig sabihin, hindi lang yung pababaan ng presyo para maiwasan natin yung mga dumadive. Ang ibig sabihin, at least 50% according to the bill has to be based on quality. Kung gagamitin mo yung most economically advantageous. Pwedeng gawing 60-40, pwede gawing 70-30, pero minimum 50% ay quality. At para hindi maging arbitrary, para hindi sabihin na pwedeng piliin na lang ng kahit sino ng BAC, we have set extensive parameters that include qualitative, environmental, social aspects linked to the subject matter of the procuring entity, and others na pwedeng gamitin in determining the most economically advantageous bid. Ang intention po dito, Madam Speaker, ay para sa low-cost, high-volume, low-cost procurements, ang gagamitin pa rin natin ay lowest calculated bid. Yung madali mo nang malaman kung kaya o hindi. Pero dun sa complex, yung medyo mahal, medyo mataas ang halaga, binibigyan natin ng pagkakataon ang gobyerno na pumili ng hindi yung pinakamababa. At related din po sa sustainable procurement at green procurement that we're incorporating in the bill. Mahal po kasi pag gumamit kayo ng sustainable procurement. Mahal po pag gumamit kayo ng green procurement. So necessarily, kung ang bidder ay gagamit ng mas maraming sustainable type of procurement and materials at green procurement, necessarily lalabas na mas mahal yung bid nila kaysa sa iba. Kaya dahil dito, hand in hand, na we are pushing for sustainable procurement, green procurement, that's why we have come up with the option of the most economically advantageous bid. In this measure, competitive procurement is not the only mode of procurement. Actually, dun sa nakarang batas, o sa batas na sinusunod natin ngayon, 9184, nasa isang section yung competitive bidding. Kasi yun naman talaga yung ginagamit more than 80% of the time. Pero nasa ibang section yung alternative modes, tulad ng direct contracting, limited source bidding, repeat order, negotiated procurement. Yung negotiated procurement, mahigit 15 klase po yun. Ang dating kasi, parang inferior yung alternative modes. Ang ginawa po natin sa batas na to, pinagsama-sama na po natin sila, Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, sa isang section. So, equal na sila. Kumbaga, dun sa prinsipyo sa batas ng primus inter pares, they're all equal. It's just that the preferred mode of many procuring entities will still be competitive bidding. Kasi kailangan pumasok ka dun sa mga requirements at specifications para makakuha ka ng negotiated procurement. Yung kasi yung negotiated procurement, limited source, direct contracting, repeat order, as alternative modes, mas madali po yun. Kasi yung competitive bidding, pwede kang abutin ng buwan taon. Yun po negotiated procurement, pwedeng 30 days lang yun. So marami ng option yung mga LGU ngayon dito sa bagong Procurement Act. Inaayos at pinalakas po natin ang competitive bidding as we institutionalize the processes and requirements of form and contents of bidding documents, pre-procurement conference, publication, and contents of the invitation to bid and pre-bid conference, the requirements to submit for the bidding and the process of receiving the same, the bid evaluation of shortlisted bidders, and the process of receiving withdrawal of bids, bid security, bid validity, bid opening, preliminary examination of bids, and the sealing of bid prices. As one of the anti-corruption measures, dahil aktibo po sa mga committee hearing namin ang UN OECD, we then required the updated declaration of beneficial ownership by suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, contractors, or consultants who intend to participate in government procurement. Ito po ay isa sa mga pamantayan ng international community para makita kung gaano po tayo kaseryoso na puksain ang korupsyon sa larangan ng procurement. Kung kaya't sino man ay hindi maaring makakuha ng kontrata sa gobyerno kung di siya magde-declare ng updated beneficial ownership information. Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, we aim to make our procurement processes more efficient by shortening the periods on every stage. Yun pong dating 90 days, na in-extend ng IRR to 145 days, from opening of bid up to award it is shortened to 60 days. We likewise provided a definite period in the administrative disputes and adopted the rule 3 days, 24 hours policy wherein any motion for reconsideration at any stage shall be filed within 3 days and the decision or resolution thereof shall be rendered within 24 hours. This is in relation to the grievance procedure which we have also improved as this was one of the suggestions and one of the findings of the MAPs. Yun po yung ginagamit natin na way to assess the efficiency of our procurement system. Together with the World Bank and the ADB. Aligned with the pronouncement of no less than His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., that we need to prioritize and give preference to our own grown, produced, made, or manufactured goods, supplies, and materials. Domestic bids under this bill shall be preferred when both domestic and foreign bids are responsive to the minimum requirements as specified in the bidding. Secondly, the lowest foreign bid is lower than the lowest domestic bid. However, the lowest domestic bid is within 25% margin of preference from the lowest foreign bid. Ito po ay isang formula na ginagawa ng GPPB, which I can probably explain better in the period of interpellation. And as long as the lowest domestic bid is able to match the amount of the lowest foreign bid, ibibigay po natin dun sa domestic bidder. Meron din po tayong priority na gamitin ang mga domestically grown and produced materials as long as kaya niyang i-meet yung requirements ng procurement. Sustainability and inclusivity are one of the thrusts of this bill. We opt to adopt a green public procurement strategy, a sustainable public procurement strategy for the procurement of goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services with reduced environmental impact throughout their life cycle. It is worthy to note that in all international standards, when they talk about sustainable public procurement, it does not only mean that it reduces environmental impact. There's also a second part of sustainable public procurement, and that is giving support to the marginalized sectors. We will give greater weight in the evaluation of bids for any bidder that offers sustainable goods and other environmental-friendly products. We will also mandate procuring entities to support and encourage the participation of the marginalized sectors like farmers, fishermen, persons with disabilities, cooperatives, and other similarly situated sectors by, among others, giving them exemption from payment of bidding documents and other valuable support. Yun pong payment of bidding document, mahina po yung 5,000 doon. So malaking bagay po na maililibre po natin yung mga marginalized sectors. Yung iba pong valuable support, libreng training po para sa kanila na gagawin ng GPPB. At meron pa pong ibang mga planong magaganda para sa kanila. And finally, we have institutionalized the grounds for blacklisting. In the current law, meron pong suspension na tinatawag at blacklisting. Yung suspension ay sa isang departamento, sa isang procuring entity. Pag may ginawang hindi maganda ang isang contractor according to the grounds, pwede siya isuspend doon at isang taon di siya pwedeng mag-participate sa kahit saang bidding doon. Yung blacklisting, mas mabigat po yun. Nasa IRR na po natin ngayon yun pero wala sa batas. It deals with collusion and fraud. Yung mga nag-uusap ng mga contractor, yung mga dumadive ng sadya. Pwede i-blacklist yan. Pag na-blacklist po kayo, Madam Speaker, hindi na kayo pwedeng mag-participate sa kahit saang ahensya sa buong Pilipinas perpetually. But that is not institutionalized in the law. So we have opted as a deterrent now to institutionalize blacklisting. So in this bill, we seek to encourage the imposition of suspension and blacklisting to the bidders that deserve it. Gusto po natin na mga procuring entity ay hindi matakot na mag-impose ng blacklisting. Siguro dati hindi siya institutionalized, nasa IRR lang, kaya ngayon siniguro po natin mailagay sa batas. Para maiwasan natin mga fly-by-night na contractor o supplier at matakot na pati ang mga affiliates at kasosyo nito sa panloloko at panggugulo sa mga bidding at iba pang stages of procurement. Dito sa bagong procurement procedure, mahihirapan na mga manggugulo, nagdadive at nakikipagsabuatan ng mga bidder. Sapagkat maliban sa mabigat na parusang na ipapataw dito, tinaasan po namin ang mga penalties. Ngayon po, ang fine, pag guilty po kayo dito, mga public officers at kung sino man yung mga contractors, pwede pong umabot from 40,000 to 1.2 million. At ang kulong ay prison mayor, 6 years and 1 day to 12 years. May titrace din po natin sa pamamagitan ng trends ng mga sumasaling bidders na makikita sa PhilJeps ang kapasidad ng mga sumasali. At kapag professionalized na ang mga back at support staff nito, ay sapat ang kanilang kaalaman sa mga technicalities ng kanilang kailangan i-procure, lalo na kung gagamit sila ng most economically advantageous bid option that we are providing the procuring entity in this bill. Hindi lamang sa presyo ang titingnan, kundi kasama na ang kalidad nito. Tingin ko, malaki may tutulong po sa ating bansa. Before I end my speaker, I think at the end of the day, what we want here is a more cost-effective, transparent, swifter procurement process, which will, at the end of the day, this humble representation hopes, will improve the BUR, the budget utilization rate across all agencies. It will improve the obligation and disbursement rate. It will improve the absorptive capacity kasi taon-taon na lang pag pumupunta sila dito sa budget hearing, palagi na lang mababa ang absorptive capacity. At ang isa sa mga pinupunan ng COA na problema nila ay related sa procurement. Hopefully, with the advent of this new procurement law, we will have better utilization and absorptive capacity, which means it will contribute to a better economy, lower inflation. We will have more infrastructure, which we know has a multiplier effect of more than 3 when it comes to the economy, and eventually redound to the benefit of our beloved nation and to our beloved brother and sister Filipinos. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9648.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 9647 under Committee Report number 885 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure. So move.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 9647, an act renaming motor vehicle users charge into motor vehicle road users tax and increasing the rates for public utility vehicle modernization and road safety programs amending for this purpose Republic Act Number 8794, entitled An Act Imposing a Motor Vehicle User's Charge on Owners of All Types of Motor Vehicles and for Other Purposes, as amended by Republic Act Number 11239.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate on House Bill number 9647.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Joey Sarti Salceda, the chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, to sponsor the said measure.
The Honorable Joey Sarti Salceda is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Motor Vehicles Users Tax is the country's most important fiscal instrument against traffic congestion and the overuse of the country's road facilities. In 2022, total MVUC collections, which accrued to the Special Road Fund of the DPWH, amounted to 19.8 billion. During the same year, the country allocated 485 billion for roads in the 2022 national budget. Clearly, vehicle owners are receiving a net subsidy for their ownership of cars. In fact, MVC rates have not been adjusted since 2004, which means this will be effective next year for 20 years. It is thus no wonder that car ownership is growing faster than the economy itself, with the 2022 industry sales increasing by 26.62% year-on-year. Average daily traffic volumes in NCR alone now stands at 3.54 million vehicles in 2022, up from just 3.2 million in 2021. When you subsidize car ownership, when limited public transport options exist, naturally, people will keep buying cars. Most atrociously, this subsidy benefits the rich. Only 1.7% of cars are owned by the bottom 50%, while some 60% of cars are owned by rich people. This chicken and egg problem can only be addressed by creating new revenue streams to fund public transport and disincentivize excessive car ownership. In response to this clear policy problem, the Committee on Ways and Means submits to the plenary consideration the Motor Vehicles Users Tax Act, which contains provisions which adjusts the motor vehicle users' charges on passenger cars, utility vehicles, sports vehicles, exempting motorcycles, imposes it on buses, trucks, and trailers. It also discounts road user tax rate for vehicles for hire at 50% of the MBRUT and allocates the incremental revenue from MBRUT to the following: 45% to finance the modernization and subsidize the financing of public utility vehicles, including jeepneys, and 5% for government programs to be undertaken for prevention of deaths due to road crash and for victims' assistance, such as improvement of existing driver's education programs, training academies, and driver's license examinations by the LTO. Provision of additional motor vehicles inspection centers by the LTO, improvement of existing road networks by the road management systems of the Department of Transportation, and provision of supplemental hospitalization coverage by the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, provision by the Employees' Compensation Commission of workmen's compensation for victims of road crash or are unable to perform any gainful occupation due to disability, and establishment by the Department of Health of emergency care facilities in areas with high incidence of road accidents. With this, I ask for the expeditious deliberation and approval of this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9647.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, I move that we consider House Bill number 8841 under Committee Report number 714, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill 8841, an act establishing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone in Freeport in the province of Bulacan, creating for the purpose the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Authority, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Joey Sarte Salceda from the 2nd District Walbay.
Open.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw my previous motion and now, Madam Speaker, I withdraw my previous motion and that I move now that we open the period of sponsorship and debates.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that recognize Representative Gerardo Balmayor from the 1st District of Negros Occidental to sponsor the said measure.
The Honorable Gerardo Balmayor Jr. is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Honorable Speaker, members of this august chamber, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Committee on Economic Affairs, Committee on Trade and Industry, Committee on Ways and Means, and the Committee on Appropriations submit to this august body Committee Report number on House Bill number 8841 in substitution to House Bill number 2228 entitled An Act Establishing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport in the province of Bulacan, creating for the purpose the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Authority and appropriating funds therefore. The Bulacan Airport project under Republic Act number 11506 is the single biggest infrastructure project in the history of the country with a 740 billion investment. The new airport will primarily address the long-term population and economic growth of Metro Manila and Luzon provinces, given the limited expansion of the Ninoy Aquino International Airport. Along with the establishment of the airport is the creation of an airport city, an integral and comprehensive development adjacent to the airport, comprised of facilities such as roads, railroads, mass transport systems, hotels, warehouses, hangars, aircraft service stations, and others. To maximize the potential that these developments can bring to the surrounding community and the country as a whole, House Bill number 8841 proposes the establishment of the Bulacan Airport Special Economic Zone and Freeport, covering the Bulacan Airport, the cities of Malolos and Maykawayan, and the municipalities of Bulacan, Paumbong, Giginto, Balagtas, Bocaue, Marilao, Santa Maria, and Obando in the province of Bulacan. Because of this, its remarkable location adjacent to the new airport, the proposed eco-zone is expected to be a hub for economic growth and development for North and Central Luzon. As can be recalled, a similar measure had already been approved by the House in the 18th Congress, but was vetoed by President Marcos last July 4, 2023, citing legal infirmities in the proposed law that must be hurdled. The President wanted the law sharpened and harmonized with existing laws on environment, transportation, audit, taxation, and investment promotion. And this new bill, number 8841, seeks to address all these concerns. First, the revenue sharing and the grant of incentives are made consistent with the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentive for Enterprises, or the CREATE law. Second, the Bulacan Airport Special Economic Zone Freeport Authority is subject to the audit mechanisms under the GOCC Governance Act of 2011 and relevant laws, and COA shall appoint a full-time auditor in the BACSESPA or may assign such number of personnel as may be necessary in the performance of its functions. Third, the acquisition of real property and the exercise of the powers of eminent domain shall be in accordance with existing laws and the Constitution. Fourth, the BACSESFA and the BOC shall set up a master plan to ensure customs enforcement and border protection within and around the ecozone. Fifth, the BACSESFA shall have no role-making power relative to environmental protection. The MIL mandates BACSESFA to coordinate with local government units and exercise general supervision over the development plans, activities, and operations of the Bulacan ecozone, and adopt, prepare, and implement a comprehensive and detailed development plan embodying a list of projects for the sound and balanced conversion of the Bulacan ecozone consistent with ecological and environmental standards. In view of the foregoing approval of this bill, one that will provide the regulatory framework to stimulate economic activity in a transparent, competitive, and sustainable business environment in the area surrounding the Bulacan Airport is earnestly sought. That is all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, for his sponsorship speech of House Bill number 8841, I move that we recognize Honorable Joey Salceda from the 2nd District of Albay.
The Honorable Joey Salceda is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll keep it short because it will be merely repeat much of what has been said by the chairperson of our Committee on Economic Affairs. These measures proposes the following. 1, creation of an economic zone which shall cover the airport project and airport city project, which are already covered by Republic Act 11506, and the remaining land territories of the cities of Malolos, Maykawayan, municipalities of Bulacan, Paumbong, Giginto, Balagtas, Bukawi, Marilao, and Obando, and Santa Maria, and all other expansion areas or municipalities within the province of Bulacan and surrounding areas which may be declared as part of the Bulacan ecozone. 2, the creation of an investment promotion agency called the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Authority or BACSESFA, which shall manage and operate the Bulacan ecozone. In short, this bill creates a government agency. 3, the grant of fiscal incentives to enterprises registered within BACSESFA consisted with CREATE. 4, the establishment of a single window for registration and permitting. 5, the grant of investors visa, and more importantly, special skills visa or Einstein visas meant to bolster the faculty of the nearby Bulacan State University, accelerate technology transfer, attract highly desirable investments in higher technology industries, and lastly, and more importantly, governance provisions extensively, proactively, and exhaustively address the veto concern on HB 7575. Let me reiterate, Madam Speaker, that this bill was already approved by both this House and the Senate, but was vetoed by the President, and all the veto concerns have been addressed in the current form of the bill, House Bill 8841. With this, Madam Speaker, this sponsor is now ready to answer questions.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8841. So move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
I own it.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 8525, 8841, 9647, and 9648, and House Resolution number 1493 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we now proceed with additional reference of business, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills, committee reports, communications for first reading.
Committee report. Committee report number 895, submitted by the Committee on Health on House Bill number 9656.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Good afternoon. May we request the House members to please proceed to the flagpole area for the lighting of the HREP Christmas tree. Thank you.
Tapos na, di eh.
Yung reason, ipapile. Eight, eight, 9. Ganun sa akin, 888. Thanks. 886, 887, yun yung tatlong bago. Mga procurement, ano. Kala ko 887 yung ano eh, yung 5. LDUC, 886. Tatak Pinoy, 887. 4. Ano 88? Right? 8 lines kasi. Meron pang isa. Water. Waiting pa po. Titig kami sa taas. Table mo, nandito? Oo, nandiyan. Tapos kasi wala, nagkita ka ng box. Sir, photo tayo. Here, dito. Ma'am.
Pasamawan. Kasi bukas na lang. Bukas na lang.
Para. Wala pa naman. Wala naman. Help me.
Nakita na nga ni speaker. Speaker na nga, pinakita namin yun. Kanina sila dumaan sa amin.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions for first reading, as well as communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business, resolution. House Resolution 1499, urging the National Telecommunications Commission to suspend the operations of Swarasug Media Corporation, operating under the business name Sunshine Media Network International, for violating the terms and conditions of its franchise under Republic Act Number 11422, by Representative Nograles Margarita.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
Committee reports. Committee report number 896, submitted by the Committees on Economic Affairs, Ways and Means, and Appropriations on House Bill number 9662.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 897, submitted by the Committees on Government Reorganization, Public Works and Highways, Ways and Means, and Appropriations on House Bill number 9663.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 9662 as contained in Committee Report number 896, and may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9662.
House Bill number 9662, an act establishing a framework for blue economy, promoting stewardship and sustainable development of coastal and marine ecosystems and resources, reorganizing the renaming the National Coast Watch System as National Maritime Monitoring System, and providing funds therefor.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
is there any objection? Chair is none. The period of sponsorship and debate is open, hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gerardo Valmayor Jr. of the 1st District of Negros Occidental to sponsor the said measure.
The Honorable Valmayor is recognized to sponsor the measure.
To the Honorable Speaker, esteemed members of the House of Representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant evening. It is my privilege to sponsor House Bill number 9662 in substitution to House Bills number 69, 8669, 8708, 8720, 8816, 8893, 8917, 9050, 9116, 9282, 9443, and 9612, entitled An Act Establishing a Framework for Blue Economy, Promoting Stewardship and Sustainable Development of Coastal and Marine Bioecosystems and Resources, reorganizing and renaming the National Coast Watch System as the National Maritime Monitoring System, and providing funds therefor, or the Blue Economy Act. The protection of marine and ocean resources is a global concern. Under the proposed Blue Economy Act, we recognize the need to harness the full potential of a sustainable coastal and marine resources, and at the same time protect the marine ecosystem. In fact, the blue economy's importance is considered as one of the 12 key operational areas of the Department of Science and Technology interdisciplinary publication known as the Pagtanaw 2050, the Philippine Science, Technology, and Innovation Foresight. Our country is very rich in marine resources. However, the fisheries production has continuously declined since 2018. The Philippine Statistics Authority reported a negative 14.2% decline for the second quarter of 2023. Human activities such as illegal and unregulated fishing, coastal development, and pollution have direly affected the production of marine species and the marine ecosystems. Thus, we acknowledge the need to protect our marine resources to prevent a further decline of one of the major sources of food. The Blue Economy Act will provide the policy framework for the ocean-based and ocean-related economic activities within the Philippine maritime zones, which include fisheries, aquaculture, mariculture, and aquasilviculture, and support industries, marine and coastal tourism, shipping, logistics and maritime transport, shipbuilding and ship repair, production of renewable energy from marine sources, installation of submarine cables and pipelines, marine biotechnology and bioprospecting, desalination, underwater cultural heritage, and maritime archaeology, and commercial research and development activities. It will institutionalize the National Maritime Council that will formulate an integrated strategy in promoting the blue economy and ecosystem-based management of coastal and marine resources. Further, the Council will be mandated to formulate a nationwide maritime spatial planning to identify the spatial and temporary distribution of priority activities and uses and the interactions in the maritime zones in order to reduce conflict among uses, facilitate complementary uses, mitigate environmental impacts, and preserve ecosystem services. The proposed bill empowers the Council to recommend to the Board of Investments the inclusion of identified priority strategic ocean-based and ocean-related activities in the Strategic Investment Priority Plan, or the SIPP. The SIPP lists activities that qualify for investment incentives under the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentive for Enterprises, or the CREATE Act. Activities that fall under the SIPP will be entitled incentives such as income tax holidays, enhanced deductions, and a preferential 5% corporate income tax rate. Moreover, the bill encourages the establishment of or transformation of existing special economic zones into blue economic zones to promote investment and both ocean-based or ocean-related activities in free port and economic zones. Benefits, privileges, advantages, and exemptions granted to blue economic zone registered businesses enterprises will likewise be given in accordance with CREATE law. In addition, registered businesses operating within the blue economic zones may be entitled to incentives provided for under RA 9003 or the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of 2000, RA 9275, or the Philippine Clean Water Act of 2004, RA 9513, or the Renewable Energy Act of 2008, and RA 10771, or the Philippine Green Jobs Act of 2016. Sustainable development is key. The blue economy concept seeks to promote economic growth, social inclusion, and preservation or improvement of livelihoods, while at the same time ensuring environmental sustainability. Thus, a whole-of-government approach is required, one that will integrate and consolidate all industry and sectoral efforts in promoting maritime activities and protection of our marine resources into one comprehensive and cohesive plan. It is also worth sharing that a similar Senate Bill number 2450 is already pending second reading in the Senate. With all this being said, I respectfully request this august body to approve this measure that will develop and enrich our resources and knowledge in our marine and coastal ecosystems. That is all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 3rd District of Negros Occidental, the Honorable Francisco Kiko Benitez, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Honorable Benitez is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, on behalf of the authors of this landmark bill, it is my honor to present for the consideration of this august Chamber Committee Report number 896, containing the text of House Bill number 9662, which establishes a framework for the blue economy and promotes the stewardship and sustainable development of coastal marine ecosystems and resources. Mr. Speaker, this bill is vital not only to sustaining economic growth, but also to building our national identity. Our history, culture, and economy have always been intricately linked to the sea. The Philippines is the world's second largest archipelagic state. Our maritime domains, including our exclusive economic zone, have a total area of 2.2 million square kilometers and in fact compose 88% of our national territory. Almost 60% of our people live in coastal communities. The Filipino is essentially a creature of the sea, descended from master maritime navigators. The fact that our basic political unit is named after the boat that brought our Austronesian ancestors to Philippine shores is testament to the centrality of the sea to our identity. Manila, in turn, was the historical quilting point that stitched the early modern trans-Pacific trade into what we might call globalization today. Mr. Speaker, our maritime industry's contributions to our economy are significant. Maritime industries accounted for 3.9% of Philippine GDP in 2022, or 857.74 billion pesos, according to the Philippine Ocean Economy Satellite accounts compiled by the Philippine Statistics Authority. According to the 2018 National State of Oceans and Coasts, it is estimated that the total valuation of our marine and coastal resources, including invisible benefits from natural cycles and processes, is $966.6 billion US. Indeed, the sea has blessed us with crucial ecosystem services and abundant harvests. The Philippines is one of the world's leading fish-producing countries. According to the State of World Fisheries and Aquaculture 2020 report of the Food and Agriculture Organization, the Philippines produced 1.89 million tons of marine capture fisheries in 2018, the 11th highest in the world. We are also 11th in aquaculture fish production. And our maritime economy is not only dependent on fisheries. Maritime freight and transportation, marine energy, and coastal and marine tourism are growing sectors of our maritime economy. The Philippines is, in fact, one of the world's top suppliers of seafarers, and our beaches are always named among the world's best. But unsustainable economic development is threatening to destroy our marine and coastal ecosystems. Overfishing threatens to deplete fish stocks. We have lost 1/3 of our coral cover in the last decade alone. Nearly 75% of our fishing grounds are overfished. And the fish stock in the Philippine Sea, for example, has declined by 29%. The extent of built environment in coastal areas due to tourism may also be compromising ecological balance. In some areas, tourism exceeds the carrying capacity of the locality. Moreover, the non-compliance of ship owners through regulations and standards to prevent oil discharges is damaging marine environment and disrupting livelihood. Plastic waste and untreated wastewater are leaking to the sea. The Philippines was the biggest plastic polluter in 2019. The country was responsible for 36.38% of global oceanic plastic waste. The challenge then for us, Mr. Speaker, is to transform our ocean-based and ocean-related industries into a sustainable blue economy. Blue economy as a concept requires a rethinking and reshaping of maritime economy according to the imperatives of environmental sustainability and social inclusion. The blue economy is an integrative framework to manage our marine and coastal resources and to protect our marine and coastal environments. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, this bill is long overdue. We have not had a comprehensive framework for the development of our coastal and marine resources since the 1994 National Marine Policy. Our interventions since have so far been fragmented, our policies in silos. We must understand that intrinsic to any maritime activity is interdependence, interdisciplinarity, and intergenerational responsibility. That our actions have consequences that reverberate across jurisdictions and across generations. And therefore, the responsibility of protecting our marine and coastal environments must be shared by many state actors across different levels of government. The blue economy as a framework of maritime governance requires an understanding of human environmental interactions as a system, as a complex and dynamic system. Hence, under this bill, we promote the whole-of-nation approach to ensure that maritime development does not destroy our marine environment, but instead mediates the competing uses and pressures which we put on our marine resources. This bill also shifts our understanding of maritime security and highlights civilian objectives in managing our maritime domains. After all, maritime security is not only about border control, but also pollution control. Not only about territorial integrity, but also environmental integrity. Not only about military security, but also food security and economic development. Mr. Speaker, this bill also stresses the role of science in policy making, following the recommendations in Pagtanaw 2050, where the country's most eminent scientists across diverse bodies of knowledge underscored the importance of science, technology, and innovation in promoting our blue economy. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, the President himself called on Congress to pass this bill, recognizing in his 2023 State of the Nation address the role of the blue economy to generate jobs and support livelihoods, and also to promote low-carbon development to combat climate change. The Philippine Development Plan of 2023 to 2028 also articulates the need to develop the blue economy. As thus the recent declaration of the ASEAN Summit this year, and the measure is, in fact, a LEDAC priority bill. Our commitments to SDG 14 and various international conventions on regulation of maritime activities also serve as the basis for harmonization of government interventions to develop the blue economy. Mr. Speaker, considering its economic, social, and ecological imperatives, I urge this august chamber to support the passage of this bill. We are a nation with close affinity with the sea. We must not forget that we are only stewards of nature. We have to ensure that the benefits we enjoy now will be enjoyed by our children and our children's children too. Transitioning to a blue economy is of existential importance. This is about developing our marine wealth, but more importantly, this is about celebrating and conserving our maritime heritage for the benefit of present and future generations. Madamo gid nga salamat sa inyo tanan.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9662.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 9663 as contained in Committee Report number 897, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9663.
House Bill number 9663, an act establishing the national framework for water resource management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission, defining their mandates, powers, and functions, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Loreto Acharon of the Lone District of General Santos City to sponsor the said measure.
The Honorable Loreto Acharon of the Lone District of General Santos City is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon. I have the honor to sponsor on behalf of the Chairman of the Committee on Government Reorganization and the authors of this bill, Bill number 9663, otherwise known as the National Water Act, under Committee Report number 897. Let me emphasize why we need this bill right now. We all recognize that water and sanitation, given its critical role in economic growth, productivity, health, and poverty reduction, are crucial lifelines of the economy and society. The gruesome experiences from the COVID-19 pandemic further underscore the importance of water and sanitation services and facilities as means of mitigating the spread of the virus among communities. However, the provision of safe, adequate, and sustainable water and sanitation services depends on the proper utilization and management of the country's water resources. Population growth and urbanization greatly increases land use changes and demand to infrastructure development. These activities, when poorly regulated, can contribute to water pollution, over-extraction of water resources, deforestation, and impacts of climate change, among others. All this cause unfavorable hydrological and ecological changes, including irreversible effects such as land subsidence and saltwater intrusion, further increasing the pressure on water resources. If not addressed or averted, this will have serious implications on water availability and integrity, health, and food security. ADB and NWRB studies showed that population and the corresponding growth in consumption, such as food, services, and shelter, and its resulting pollution are straining the country's freshwater resources to near crisis levels. Aside from water pollution affecting our water bodies, more than 57% of the major watersheds are critically denuded, which means loss of water infiltration and slow recharging water tables. Nationwide, cities like Manila, Cebu, Davao, Zamboanga, Iloilo, and Baguio are constantly facing water shortages. The World Resources Institute also ranked the Philippines 57th among 167 countries studied, predicting a high degree of water shortage by 2040. The cost of water treatment, because of affected water sources and distribution systems, has also been substantial. Notably, the faster the depletion of water resources and the more denuded the watershed is, the higher the cost needed for developing water infrastructure systems. We would need further water sources, longer transmission lines, costlier water treatment, or desalination process. Meanwhile, there is also the poor economic regulation and performance monitoring of water service providers, characterized by weak enforcement of service expansion targets, performance standards, customer satisfaction, and irrational tariff setting for more utilities that all fall prey to political pressures. House Bill number 9663 will create a Department of Water Resources and a Water Regulatory Commission aims to address the fragmentation in the water resources sector by rationalizing all water-related functions in the government and separating resource regulation from economic regulation of water. The DWR shall be primarily responsible for the development and implementation of a comprehensive water development and a management plan for the country. Meanwhile, the WRC shall provide overall economic regulatory policy and direction setting, such as issuing the licenses and setting the charges based on its harmonized standards and guidelines. The economic benefits of having the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission will come from the improved coordination, enforcement of policies, and economic and resource regulations, as well as the rational prioritization and allocation of public sector and investments to address and avert costs of poor water resources management and inadequate water and sanitation provisioning. The implementation of recommended policy, regulatory and institutional reforms through their creation would be the practical pathway for government to pursue. We cannot stay business as usual in terms of water resources management. Opting for the status quo will have significant cost implications that increases over time. Likewise, we cannot afford to lose the race against time. It would also be an injustice to many Filipinos not to meet the Sustainable Development Goal universal access target. Mr. Speaker, along with the members of the Committee on Government Reorganization, let us not wait for another water crisis to happen before addressing the fundamental institutional problems causing the subpar state of our water resources. My dear colleagues, I therefore ask for your support in the immediate passage of this highly significant legislative measure and one among the legislative priorities of the President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9663.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Committee on Legislative Franchises be authorized to consider House Resolution number 1499 tomorrow, December 5, 2023, in connection with the ongoing deliberation of the Committee on Similar Measures.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to allow the House to consider urgent priority measures, I move to adjourn the session until 2 p.m. in the afternoon tomorrow, Tuesday, December 5, 2023.
Decision is adjourned until tomorrow, December 5 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.